Aiden, what's up? It's struggling after that double thick cardboard. Got some microchipping. In a couple different spots. No, he shouldn't. That's a horrible idea. Z-Max, I could understand Z-Max. Right? Rex 121's not good for this shit. Find a hobby. It's my recommendation. Find a hobby that's inexpensive and get started on that. You need something to do. A lot of micro tearing. It's not something I want to see on a sharp knife. But when you sit there and cut cardboard with it for 30 minutes, can you be surprised? So, Aiden, it has come to my attention that short of removing mill scale on the Reblades, I can't remove any material from the thickness. Unless I want to go a full size up. Because Spyderco blades are pretty thick. Well, I'm going to go soak the stone. And why am I like slightly surprised that those are a thing? this thing's gonna eat and eat and eat and eat. This thing is, oh, dude. That is aggressive. There is nothing that this thing won't chew on. Why'd you buy another if you already have one? I'm gonna try something new. I'm gonna use an M&M container for water. Not to brag or anything, but I came up with this idea earlier today because it's a smaller container than a sink, so it should take less water to fill it up, right? Yeah, I went on that website and they were out of everything except for the 120. And off we go, letting it soak. You guys probably ain't gonna see shit, but oh yeah, bubbly. You can see the bubbles. Not that it's not gonna need to be in there very long. Sure, but I would have thought that you had one of these things at 140 and didn't need a 120. Pardon me for thinking. Add a Q&A sticker. Can dogs smile? Why would I add that as a question and answer sticker? Can dogs smile? Well, that dried up quick. True. I'm going to be honest, I completely forgot that this was a 400 grit. With how quickly it cuts, completely spaced it. a bunch of fucking bubbles. Sometimes I just forget shit. It sucks, but what are you gonna do about it? Well, I gotta be careful when I move this thing. Probably take the stone out before I move it. I'll admit, flattening this thing took a lot less time than I thought it would. When I'm sitting there with no distractions, went pretty quick. Go ahead and stick that back in. Let it sit there and finish soaking. Ground fog, what's up? And while we do that, stopping to talk to people. Because you can't hear me over it. I thought I fixed the charger issue. I didn't. It worked for a little bit and then it stopped working again. It's wrong for you to want people to argue with. And your name is, what do you call that word? There's a word I'm looking for. Darn. Redundant. Your name's redundant. Where else is fog gonna come from? Yes, but where does fog tend to be? Because if it's in the sky, it's called a cloud. It's not called fog. Aiden, shut up. He wanted me to argue with him. Next thing you know, he's going to change his YouTube name to Air Fog instead of Ground Fog. just to prove a point. And a chicken bake, thank you very much. We're Costco guys. Inverted, what's up? We're Costco guys. Dinner for 3 was $12. We're Costco guys. We rarely spend less than $200. I saw that. How's it going, Inverted? What a shame. Going fine. We're Costco guys. We pay a fee for a membership so that we get gas for slightly less and we don't have to deal with the Walmart plebeians. Give it a few more minutes in the water. In a month. Thank you for the $5. I already told you that you didn't get one. Yeah, I turned that on 2 days ago. Or yesterday, or something like that. I fully expected them to take... They said that it'll take up to a month for my channel to get verified for that. And it took them less than a night. I tried to turn it on one night, and the next morning it was already on. I made 4 cents yesterday off of ads. A whopping 4 cents. Rolling in the big bucks. I get 70% of donations. Yeah, Costco gas money. Believe it or not, I could probably get a gallon of gas with that. And with gas prices going down, when I actually get that money a month from now, what? What shot you up to 325? Oh, gas? Oh, yep, the XP stuff. Oh, it's beautiful. It really is. Your Google what? Oh, dude, it feels flat. It was rigged from the beginning. Off we go. Oh, don't worry about it. You never have to donate anything. All my content's free. I do appreciate the donations, though. No, but it's flat now. Oh, interesting. God, y'all are weird. It is cutting quite nicely. Their grind's inconsistent. Somebody's gonna say, "How dare you criticize a Chris Reeve?" Like, not my fault. They fucked up on the edge a little bit. Actually, noticeably so now that I'm looking at it. There's a no. I have to fix that. There's a recurve at the tip. You son of a bitch. There's a recurve at the tip. That's what I'm saying. Ew. It's only on one side though. So it's better that it's only on one side than on both sides. Y'all can see that dark spot on the edge right up here. That's a recurve. Inconsistency in angle sharpening, or in sharpening angle. I mean, I thought that there was something there, but until you start sharpening it yourself, you're never really too sure. No. Why would I send it in? I'll just drive over there and say, hey, fix it. But no, I'll just have my edge put on it. My edge is better anyway. That sounds pretentious. It's the truth. God, it's a miracle. Oh, I would be going for a new blade if that happened. If the whole thing had a recurve, oh my god, I'd be all sorts of pissed. Would you quit spraying off the side, please? Nice. Sending him to another knife maker. Why am I even doing this? I'm not even doing it right. I completely forgot. Where's my screwdriver? There you are. Oh, cool. Didn't do almost anything. I think I'm scratching the screwdriver more than I'm doing damage to the knife. I mean, you need to start somewhere. It's better than watching Brad Fuckner do this with with his sharpens shit. Oh god, that Rex 121 hit so hard. No, it's not something you see every day, but there we go. Dude, I might try that. Bring a Sandrin to him and say, "Hey, could you sharpen this? I want it on camera." Call an ambulance, but not for me. Thanks. I definitely needed to see that. Well, that thing cuts pretty dang quick. It's not quite as quick as the 140, but at a higher HRC, I'm sure it's actually doing pretty solid work. Yeah, I've got a bit of a burr in a couple spots. Oh, that grind inconsistency is bothering me. Just a little bit. Not showing you your worst nightmares. I feel horrible. Almost. No, that's not true. I was gonna say I almost feel as bad for it as I do for the one on eBay. I've got a Tidius somewhere on the table. It needs more than a regrind. It needs new scales. I feel terrible for that knife. It's been through some shit. So what kind of finishing grit are we thinking? Yes, your knives are on the table. I mean, mirror polish doesn't usually, it's not usually a performance finish. It's usually a, hey, look, shiny finish. I could do it. Yes, for the edge, obviously. That's what we're talking about. Yep. No, it doesn't. The only thing my watch tells me is the day and the date. That's all it's actually helpful with, except for any time around 3 o'clock and 15 minutes after any hour. Then I can't read them. They're hard to get. They're in high demand too. I don't know why. I don't like Tontos, but so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to use the Spyderco hole and Reblades. Interesting. This thing's actually got a pretty stubborn burr. A lot more stubborn than I'm used to. The reason I've got a watch on the right hand instead of the left is everything in my right hand pocket is my phone and my phone and my knife. Everything in the left hand pocket is everything that I have to stick my hand all the way into my pocket to grab. Don't worry, I'll ask Sal Glesser the next time I'm on call with him. I'm right-handed. I take my watch off when I go to the bathroom. Stick it in my pocket. I'm not going to be looking at the time while I'm taking a dump. This is a 400 grit diamond lapping film. Oh, is it 80 now? Last time I checked it was 70, but they might have brought the price up. That's not good enough. I hate to do it, but I think this thing needs a refinish on the 140. Because the 400 ain't cutting it fast enough. That recurve is still there and it's still bothering me. It's chippy. Fuck. Fine. Factory edge held up fine. It probably would have kept going. But I ran out of cardboard. There's where that recurve is. Just a spot that I completely missed. Oh, yeah? I should really charge people for finding them shit. For all those people that don't want to be doing their own searching. Could make a killing doing that. Ooh. That is wet still. Well, as long as you buy it before it sells, yeah. I'm assuming you're talking about the one on Blade Bench. Yeah. Ooh, that's a spicy burr right there. Maybe this isn't going to be as bad as I thought. Geese. God, could you imagine if they paid me to sharpen their shit? Just as an upcharge. Like a $60 upcharge, and I'm a lefty? No, I'm not. Why would you think that? Because I can sharpen with both hands? You have purchased a stone, but you have no strop. Who are you gonna go? Honestly, I was pretty good with the stone before I got a strop. Once you get that strop technique down, it, oh my god, it completely changes your your sharpening. My god, there's something wrong with you, dude. You know it has a green stain, like right there, right? Looking better. Yes, he changed his name to that. It's a fake Reeve. Once I get bored of it, I'll probably drop by the shop and say, "Hey, uh, found this online or whatever, and didn't want somebody else to buy it. Go ahead and do what you want with it." Liquid, what's up? Welcome back. We're sharpening the Sabenza. It is smooth, by the way. Yep. Anyway, Ryan Reynolds. It came with the stone. I don't know. Ooh, sandwich. Give me some of that sandwich. Actually, what kind of sandwich? Yeah, but S30V also has better edge retention capabilities. Did Reeves ever come in S30V? Or was it that BF42 or whatever it was, then S35, then S45, then MagnaCut? Baloney. Uh, I just lapped it for the first time, fully lapped it today. Yesterday. Oh, so they were in S30V as well. I didn't know that. They had a wide range of options. How's the performance of that previous steel? What was the previous steel? I know it has like 42 or 48 in the name. Oh. Well, that's a disappointment. Uh, I waited a long time. I think I sharpened good 20, 30 knives on it before I did. True. Yeah, the S35s were 59 to 60. Which to me that's kind of disappointing, but you know, I'm a geek when it comes to the performance stuff at this point. Yeah, that S45 VN is not as hard as it used to be. Something happened to the edge of that thing to where it was hard enough to cut glass. It is no longer hard enough to cut glass. Believe it or not, I played with the tungsten carbide on this thing for a little bit too. Not enough to do anything, but it left a mark on the tungsten carbide. Unpopular opinion, Keanu Reeves. Because apparently, he's a really nice dude in person. Alright, you have a good one, Inverted. We'll see you later. Mine had the logo for a while. Oh, you'd be surprised. Titanium survival knives are a thing now, and I think it's stupid. Fucking recurve. It's the only reason I'm still sharpening this thing. I don't know. I think I'd still go with Keanu Reeves first. I'm not saying Christian Bale isn't a good choice, but like you get a gun running buddy doing drills. Dude obviously has decent choice in knives. Dude had a whole knife series come out. Well, yeah. Who hasn't? Especially these days. That'd be funny. That'd be really funny. Honestly, at this point, that's kind of what the channel's for. It's a more relaxing version of all the other knife channels. And it's not run by a pretentious douchebag. What? Come on. What now? I've never been cut while sharpening. I've come close with the PM2, where the knife slipped while I was pushing against it, and it pressed up against my thumb in the wrong way, or my finger in the wrong way. But other than that, oh, I'm just saying I'm not a pretentious douchebag. At least I don't think I am. I don't understand about why you would lie about it. No, be honest about it. If your heat treat sucks, your heat treat sucks. Do better. Hey Aiden, do you have a Reeve by you right now? Do you have a Sabenza? I mean, any Reeve will work for the question, but yep. It's unfortunate nowadays, but most people can't seem to disagree like adults. So it annoys the shit out of me every time that it happens, but it started happening with this thing, which is the whole reason why I have the nested washer design on that other knife. The washer, the largest washer on this thing, moves with the blade sometimes. So it sits there and puts wear on the titanium scale, and I don't like that. And there's nothing I can do to fix it. Well, see, the trolls, what they do is they give me free engagement, which helps with the channel. The more people talk, no matter what they say, the more people talk, the more YouTube thinks that they need to suggest my channel. Yes, for me, it's a win-win. It annoys other people in chat, but damn. I'll bet you that's why you thought the nested washer idea was weird, huh? I don't have to deal with them. I can mute them. I just choose not to because it benefits the channel more if I don't. Unfortunately, sometimes I'm stuck with some of the lower class of people when I'm doing that. But It's all worth it to maybe have one extra person get the channel shoved into their algorithm. Oh, trust me, you're far from the lowest class that I've dealt with. I've never seen a nested washer design either. Warping with side load. That's kind of hard to do when it's nested, is it not? Roy, welcome back. See, like Roy, when he joins, he seems like a troll. Turns out that's just what he says every time that he joins. Dude joins often enough that now I'm not surprised when I see it show up, but are you talking about like pinching? If it... Hmm. Fucking recurve. I hate recurves. Well, I'm a nobody too. We're not special people just because we're on YouTube. I wish more YouTubers would understand that, because those people that rely on YouTube and they're douchebags about it, oh, they piss me off. A lot of them with their lifestyles, all it takes is one missed payment and they're fucked. I don't know what model my table is. I bought it used. Freddie, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I don't know what it is with those huge YouTubers and getting into children. Why? It's not that hard to not be interested in that or that kind of stuff. It pisses me off when all I see on somebody's channel is pushing products. Have you seen the amount of YouTubers that have been arrested for talking to children in inappropriate ways? It's more than you think. Yeah, like multiple million subscribers. Look into it. It's a lot of people. I'm not sad that I have an expiration date. But it seems like once people get famous, they think that they can do whatever the hell they want. And those are the people that we need to remind that you're not special. Well, Dr. Disrespect didn't get arrested for it either, I don't think. I don't know about being more than nobody. I mean, at this point, people know me at least a little bit, but I'm still just a person. I'm not special. I'm good at what I do. I don't need to be much more than that. I'm good at sharpening and giving advice. Yeah, I talk to multi-million dollar brands. They don't respond to me, but I talk to them anyway. I'm fairly good at geometry. Well, Liquid, what do you want to be known for? Preferably something not illegal. Yeah, exactly. Fuck, you think I found the secret to happiness? You're funny, dude. Being content with what you've got, that's a little different. Being happy, haven't found it. Best method cooks what? Cocaine. I don't think it's drugs. I find that drugs are not very useful because you get enjoyment for a short period of time with nothing to go or nothing to show for it. Like the stuff that I have to show for the fact that I have a YouTube channel is a $600 knife and people to talk to. And I think at the moment that is good enough for me. Eventually having products made would be nice. But I don't have the money for a down payment for that kind of stuff. I should take a shot. just for entertainment purposes, but it's not going to do anything. Yes, for legal reasons. This is all a joke. I'd hope people appreciate genuine conversation. It's not something you tend to get with the larger channels. A lot of times you get the like you gotta settle for short conversations that don't last very long because they're talking to so many people all at once. And I'm not looking forward to the day that that happens. Because I do enjoy having the little conversations that I do. They just don't show up all the time. So a lot of times I'm sitting here talking to nobody. Maybe instead of covering your ass, you could just stop saying that stuff. Roy, for some reason I know exactly what you're talking about. That is despicable behavior. Your wish is granted. It is now flat as shit. Shit that you stuck in a bag and then threw it down the stairs or something like that. You know, one of these days I'll be done sharpening this thing. God, you are evil. As some YouTuber put it, you can sleep in a car, you can't race a house, or something like that. I never count the passes unless I'm on the lapping films. Feel it out. That's what I always do. That's how I don't get into bad situations either. If the vibe is off, leave. Well, sure, but I don't want one of those. Also, Precision Adjust Pro is like $250, and how much money do I have in stones now? 100, 220, plus 20, 240, plus 70, 310, 320. Yeah, at the point that you've spent, I've got like 300 something in stones. It's not worth buying a whole new set of shit. I'm waiting for the day that this thing bites me. What? You don't need to spend as much as I have. I mean, technically speaking, almost all the money that I have invested in stones was either given to me by Aiden or given to me by a company. There's only 2 stones that I've bought. And the total cost of those is like $40. The Sharpall. Not bad. I've heard good things. I don't have one. I think Knives, I guess, was supposed to send me one, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. I can't help you with that one. I think you should probably go to a doctor about that. I'm going to admit, it's not very often that I hear a sentence that I've never heard before, or read a sentence that I've never heard before. Damn it, for a second there. Dude, that 400 1000 SATC is fucking heavy. What do you mean by blade position? Do you mean like at an angle like this? Or at an angle like this? So, angle like this for 1, angle like this for 2. One. Okay. So at the moment, I'm sitting with my legs, well, basically facing this direction a little bit. And when I'm sharpening, I face this direction with the stone canted a little bit. Okay. And then I hold it like this, basically. And I change the angle as I go. No, actually, Spydercos are a pain in the ass. Sharpening a Spyderco is a big pain. the way I do those is I have the stone canted about like that, almost a full 45 degrees, and then I just sit it flat against that. And then I go check up here and I go push up until it hits this flat right here. And then I come back and forward and back. No, this is a Spyderco military. The police is a lockback. This one's a liner lock. I didn't know that they made a police 5. Okay, then I'll show you how to work on one of those. Actually, we'll work on this. Never mind, that's polished. It could use a sharpening. It's already sharp. Fuck it. So, deep angle like this. Damasteel. It's not Damascus, it's Damasteel. You guys have trouble with the tip on Spydercos? Shit, that's the easier part. To me. I have issues with the plunge grind area. It's a lot of practice and feel. Go on one side for 15 passes. So forward is 1, back is 2, 3, 4. Go for 15 passes. And then since you were sharpening on this side, you want to press your fingers against the back side of the blade and then push out slowly. And you should feel your fingers catching on something that isn't smooth. That's called a burr. I've shown it under the microscope before. Come on, pop, you son of a bitch. Oh, there we go. I think we talked about Bark River a couple streams ago. A little bit. And I don't have much of an opinion. I've never handled any of their products, so I can't tell you guys what I think. I know, with the fact that I didn't get perfection with this one, it happens. Fuck, that hurt. Oh, man, what was that? So if that's basically everything. Heat treat's most important to me, but the grind is like right behind that. Scales I can do my own thing, but that's like everything that you can screw up on. Is that company where everybody rushes to them at Blade Show to buy something? Like, why? Why even? If they've had issues with basically every step of manufacturing, why would you buy from them? Are they known for these issues, or is it just something that pops up every once in a while? Oh, so they burn the edge. Great. Sounds to me like you need some practice with every live is the same shit. Yeah. Yep. You want to know how to change the live? Have a conversation. Nobody's forcing you to be here. No. I don't think I even worry about it at that point. Sharpen it out, do a completely new edge, and then leave it at that. Yeah, maybe we should force him to be here. You know what? Fuck it. You're stuck here now. You're a moderator. You have a payment plan, health benefits. You have to be here every stream. I'm gonna grab my other phone real quick. I gotta look at this dude, Blade Junkie. I don't think I've ever seen you around here. Oh, and I gotta dump this thing full of water without spilling it. Well, that worked out well. Didn't spill anything. Use this more. Uh, Study finance. That is your Oh, what the hell, man? He left. Fucking least reliable moderator I've ever had. Competing with Lou, even. Damn. Yeah, see, if you study for a finance exam, right, and you get a job in finance, chances are you can buy more knives. I know. Hard to believe. But you can. Just real quick. Who are you? Go to channel. Huh. Well, don't you have a shit ton of knives? Think your profile picture, Tommy, might be more expensive than mine. Believe it or not. Welcome back, Liquid. Ballad songs aren't my thing. Anything I recommend is going to be wrong. Oh, you got that pen? It's very smooth. Good. Yeah, I think Blade Junkie's profile picture might be more expensive than my profile picture. It's hard to do. Oh, I'm almost done sharpening. Got a couple Benchmades in that picture. It's just how much it costs for all the knives in the profile picture. That's what we're talking about. It's not my fault people are getting stabbed in England. And yes, they are cool because they're shiny and sharp. God, you make it sound like because I collect knives. You make it sound like because I have a knife collection, I support people dying from knives. And that's just not how shit works. Oh, well, there we go. Yeah, the knife in my profile picture is pretty fucking expensive. Not what you meant. I don't know what you meant either because you didn't explain yourself, so. Lucky for you, you have plenty of time to explain. If you would like to do so. No, it's made in China. Even better. Just slightly better. Where the fuck did you get gliders out of folders? I need to talk shit about your spell check. Cause holy shit. That's one of the most egregious ways I've ever seen something auto-corrected wrong. Look at all that dust. Oh, you guys can't see it, but there's a shit ton of white powder dust, greenish white powder dust from the from that stone that I was sitting there wiping off of the reeve. Now that thing has to go through the washer. Now we take a step up. I wouldn't buy a claymore. Are they still in D2? Both. 154 cm. What? Yeah, so D2 and you're spending how much on a knife? No. We can find you something better. It's a mix of... I changed the recipe a little bit. 2 ounces of water, 4 drops of Dawn dish soap. Last time I did 2. 18 drops of mineral oil. Last time I did 15. And 80 drops of 70% isopropyl alcohol. Oh yeah, no, I talk shit about Benchmade because of their pricing, and that's it. They make a decent knife. The price doesn't match that though. They're basically just the Ferrari of knives. Especially with their new specialty knives division. It's literally just what Ferrari does with their specialty cars. Where you have to buy a certain amount of new knives from them. And then you have a chance of being called to pick up one of their nicer knives or one of their mild custom knives. Indeed, edgy. You can watch Best Damn EDC snap one in half on YouTube. Yep. Taylor from Best Damn EDC did it. Yeah, you can watch him snap a Bugout in half. Don't get me wrong. He put more force in it than you would ever use on a knife in regular situations. But oh, I didn't see a response video from Benchmade. I don't follow them. Is it older? No, it's like last year. Oh, I didn't watch the follow-up vid. Ken, what's up? How's it going? And don't get me wrong, I understand what the Bugout was designed to do. Okay, it is an ultralight backpacking knife. It wasn't designed for anything else. However, on the off chance that I need to do some stupid shit with my knife, I don't want it breaking. I already don't like how squishy that knife is. Oh, but just get one in aluminum, get one in carbon fiber, get one, blah, 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 blah. They're more expensive. I don't want to spend more than the base model to get something that doesn't squish. Now you need a sheep's foot. We can find something for you. Yeah, if you let me finish sharpening, we'll go look for some nice stuff. What's your price point? And guess what? I'll bet you they're making money at half. They have them priced so wrong. Well, actually, no, getting mine done. I mean, I was outsourcing everything. So if they're doing it in house, it's going to cost less. And the business is there to make money. Yeah, I'm willing to bet you that they are probably making money on the Bugout at half price. This is a Sharpo lapping film. I'm not using stones at the moment. Oh, okay. This is what I'm going to do to finish. Do I have a knife? I do have a knife, believe it or not. Would you guys believe me if I told you I had a knife? Yeah, but then I gotta dump $100 on. It's good, but you have to sharpen in this direction. Like, you have to do this. You can't go in the other direction or else you'll cut them. But yeah, they leave some of the nicest edges for the price. If you know what you're doing and you can hold an angle, I highly recommend them. Well, these are lapping films. They're taped onto a piece of glass. They're flexible and you can cut them. Once I'm done with this grit, I will show you guys the other side. I want to do, yes, you have to hold a near perfect angle when using these things. So that's why I said if you know what you're doing and you can hold an angle, these are great. Yes. It's taken me a few months to get as good as I am now. And yes, it is all in the angle, except for, again, you can only use these in the direction that I was talking about. And if you're not at least as good as I am at holding an angle, then I wouldn't recommend buying them. No, that's my knife. So, focus. Right there. I cut a section right there by going in the wrong direction. A lot of these other dark spots that you see are from there being a burr on the very tip, and it sits there and eats. It digs in when you're pushing in that direction. I know Jared from Neves Knives. Never talked to him. Um, I'm sure he's a nice guy. He's not my kind of content. So I don't watch his stuff personally. He's good at what he does, though. I'm a terrible sharpener. You do sound like an angry man. Um, Outdoors 55. Alex from Outdoors 55 is pretty damn good. Lacey from EDC and Lace is pretty damn good. I'd hazard a guess and say that they're all better than I am. Because they've got years behind them and I have months. I have no problem admitting that I'm not the best at what I do. Because I'm not. I'm not going to sit there and lie to you and say I'm the best. Unless we're doing a rage bait stream. Those things are fun, but in all reality, I am not the best. They don't have to be sharpened every stream. Most of the time, I don't sharpen a knife. It takes a lot of practice. Let me go check how many hours I have put into this, into sharpening freehand. Give me just a minute. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've got around 220 hours of practice in sharpening. The lapping film is basically a tape with diamond grit impregnated into it, yes. And for no reason, we're going for a mirror polish on this thing. Well, I'm slowly working my way up to my 10,000 hours. This is a 3,000 grit, and it's cheaper than a 3,000 grit stone. They don't last as long, but they leave, from what I've seen, a better finish. They just don't last as long, so not everybody wants this kind of stuff. And that's understandable. Yep. Considering 220 hours is months. Like, I've only been doing this shit for 5 months. Sharpening M4 wasn't that bad. I mean, I'm only using diamond plates when I'm doing it. Oh, let's read that. Stan, I've got... How many hours have you been sharpening for? We'll start with that question. Yeah, M4 is fine. It took a little bit, and it's a chippy steel. But if you sharpen on like 400 grit, it's fine. Okay, 20 minutes versus 220 hours. I've been doing this shit for a while. It takes a ton of practice. I was not good when I had 20 minutes of practice, so don't worry about it. What knife am I working on? This is a Chris Reeves Sabenza. And we're trying to get it to a mirror finish. Good. I doubt you're going to need a 4K and an 8K for a while. I wouldn't recommend trying S110V for a long time. I didn't touch Maxamet until I had like 200 hours of practice. Oh yeah, fair enough. Straight razors, that makes sense. These would be really good for straight razors too. It's an expensive ass knife. Bought the last one that they had at my local knife shop. Would I do it again? Fuck yeah, I would. It depends. I don't like the fact that all the companies or factories that make clones lie about what steel they use. No. 420 HC is not the easiest. This is a Sharpo lapping film. I'll tell you the easiest steel to learn on here in a sec. But those soft steels suck to learn on. I don't have anything from Microtech yet. Sharpo. So if you look up Sharpo Sharp, so that's their website, Sharpo Sharp. And this is their diamond film set. You're going to want to click over here, go to knife sharpening. You could also go to their razor sharpening section for you. And 30 bucks. Really simple. Really easy. And that's an 8,000 grit and a 14,000 grit. And as long as it's already fairly sharp, you should be fine. 8CR isn't bad. D2 is my go-to. If I'm going to recommend you learn on a steel, it is going to be D2. That way you deal with a little bit of everything. A little bit of a pain in the ass. I need to get myself a small as well. I'm going to be honest. Using a straight razor sucks. For shaving, it sucks unless you know what you're doing. So, for the average person, I'm going to recommend buying just some sort of razor off the shelf that isn't a straight razor. Other than that, if you actually want to get into straight razors, sure. Buy one that makes sense to you for the price. I wouldn't recommend them. They're not fun. And you don't get a better shave. You really don't. Okay, so my recommendation for the knife that you're going to want to learn on I'm not sharpening that thing. Fuck that. The Icon knife from Harbor Freight. And the reason I recommend that one is because it's got that lifetime warranty behind it. The Icon lifetime warranty. So if it gets bad enough and you suck at sharpening that much, find a way to break it. And this is going to sound bad, but find a way to break it where you don't hurt yourself. And then go get it swapped out for a new one. Oh, fun fact about using a straight razor. You can do implants, hair implants, on accident. If you're using a straight razor and you cut your lip and a piece of hair gets embedded in that cut, you will now have hair growing from that section that you just cut. And no matter how many times you pull it out, it will always come back. My dad did that. It's the same with all razors, technically speaking, but you know, I'd assume that it's more common to happen with a straight razor. That shit's sharp. Oh yeah. Never. I don't think I've ever held an Umnum's. I've seen them plenty of times, and I could probably go over to the Chris Reeve shop and hold one. It's not the knife for me, so I've never held one. I'm fucking up. On my Reeve. Because I'm holding a slightly wrong angle. That's better. Never heard of that second way of testing sharpening. Yeah, unless you want to be a straight razor collector, then there's no point in spending a shit ton of money. I just use printer paper for testing. And based on how much resistance I get, my paper testing is not for you guys. It is for me. And I've been using printer paper from the beginning, so I know what it feels like when a knife isn't sharp. Yes, the burr will always form on top. Jesus fucking Christ, what's up? Whatever side you are not sharpening on is the side that it'll show up on. And yes, I'll agree. This brand is definitely a Grail knife brand, because this was my Grail knife. But now that I have it, I need to find something else. You don't, technically speaking. You can have as much of a burr as you want. Damn, that takes forever for her to come, I guess. She comes in 2 days. Damn. Winter blades. I don't know. The only one of theirs that I was even mildly interested in was the Factor. The Severn wasn't bad either, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know what you were talking about, Mike. No, I've discovered customs. I just realized that they're way too damn expensive for me. So you need to understand that at my current salary, a $5,000 custom is 6 months' pay without paying for rent. And yeah, you will never be able to resell a custom. On the off chance that you need to, it's not going to happen. This, I could go to just about any pawn shop and get $300 for it on a loan. That custom, it will never sell. Okay. Well, this was a Grail. I guess I just have affordable Grails. Beautiful. I'll look at that here in a sec. Hawk Deadlocks. God, Hawk Deadlocks are made like 80 miles from where I live or something. This is a 31. I think the 21s have a hole like right here. Well, this isn't for dramatic effect. It's for me to tell how much resistance there is against the paper. If I'm sitting there having issues, like I am up towards the tip, it tells me what I need to do. I haven't played Junkie. Not gonna look it up either. Wyman, I'm not gonna do a backflip. It's Magna Cut. My favorite blade steel is 154 cm. So what was Magnamax supposed to do? No, I'm not doing that. 154 cm, not CPM 154. I don't know if Trump even carries a knife, to be honest. Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having that. MagnaCut with better edge retention would be nice. To me, 154 cm is. Oh no, I was just more curious because somebody said that it's what Trump carries, and I was like, I don't even know if he carries a knife. Well, now I'm curious. Does he carry a knife? Anyway, 154 cm is basically. Yeah, but Secret Service doesn't open packages for you. Right? Kind of seems like a waste of time. I don't know. Anyway, 154 cm has decent edge retention, decent stainless properties, and decent toughness. It is basically the budget version of MagnaCut before MagnaCut came out. And when heat treated properly, then yeah, it's pretty dang good. Okay. I was more just curious if you did or not. Still sweats by? No, 154 cm would be fine to learn on. It's just kind of expensive. And yeah, it can have quite a nasty edge. Oh, that's a fair point. Benchmade 154 cm was actually easy to sharpen. It's the fastest I've ever sharpened a knife. I got a Griptilian sharpened in 5 minutes from completely dull. It's the fastest I've ever done a knife. I went through 4 different grits in 5 minutes. No, they did good with 154 cm. To be fair, he's a business. No, he's a real estate businessman. Um, that's where he makes all his money. So, and lawsuits. Maybe it just needs sharpened properly. I'm not a Benchmade fan either, but other than their pricing, everything else is pretty decent about them. Sure, but ProTech is expensive, and I don't think that they should be using 154 CM anymore. They should at least step it up to CPM 154. That's wild. That, wow. You're getting one more thing tomorrow? What are you getting tomorrow? Just a friendly reminder, if there's any questions that you had that I forgot to answer, uh, please ask them again. They use some S35 VN too. I cannot answer that question, Stan. Just for shits and giggles, can I... Will the 8,000 grit actually do anything? You know what I think needs to be added to the dictionary? I'm surprised that I don't think it is part of the dictionary, but the word should, or the words should not have are shortened down to shouldn't have. They should also be able to be shortened down to shouldn't have. So should apostrophe NT VE, shouldn't have. I think that that should be in the dictionary and usable. Yes, 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 yes. I think the apostrophe is between the D and the N, but maybe I'm wrong. Buy a pencil. Yeah, you can make better food at home for less. You just gotta know what you're doing. Yeah, I don't know why people say it like that. Shouldn't have. I wonder where that came from. Ooh. Oh, this took it quite nicely. You have a good one, Ken. We'll see you later. The axe question. What? Yes, I have an axe. It's actually a pretty cool one called Chopper 1. Go look that shit up. Oh my god. I hate it when people say it like that too. They do work. They work pretty damn well too. Now, don't get me wrong, I kind of prefer an 8-pound maul. But the Chopper 1 actually works. Stan, welcome back. Okay. Nice. Where's my other strop? There you are. Nice. Yeah, I did. It works. Works well too. Now for the final step. Yeah. When they run out of product because, you know, they were stocking for their usual. So this is a stainless polish. This is, if I'm going all the way, this is my last step. It doesn't have a grit number, don't ask. I'm not a movie person. No. I sit around on YouTube more than anything else. Yeah, I prefer edge retention because just because I'm good at sharpening doesn't mean that I want to do it all the time. Like 15V, Maxamet, that shit's great because I don't want to sharpen that much. I don't enjoy it. Sure, but nothing that's tough holds an edge like Maxamet does. Had some issues up at the tip. Yeah, wonder what's causing that. Microchipping. Okay. That sucks. I'll get that out with the next sharpening though. Now this isn't magazine paper, it's a little thicker. Well, K390 has the toughness and edge retention, but it doesn't have the stainless properties. Now, stainless properties don't mean much to me. Surface rust kind of sucks, but for the benefit of having higher edge retention, I will stop caring. Anyway, the Sebenza's sharp now. How sharp? Well, let's find out. Spider webs are too sticky. I got a great big bald spot on my arm. A single strand of cotton. Never tried that. It's not my fault. Like, I hate to blame other people, but the edge or the angle inconsistencies from factory that I spent that long trying to sharpen out was there was a recurve up in this area, a small recurve that I needed to sharpen out, and I didn't get the whole thing out, obviously. Not sure you could do a single strand of cotton. Some of you guys are going to find this extremely impressive until I explain it. Ready for this? Q-tip. Well, now I sent that shit flying all over the fucking table. Some of you guys are going to find cutting a Q-tip like that extremely impressive, and then you're going to go try and do it yourselves and it's not going to work. And the reason why it's not going to work is because these are plastic Q-tips and not paper. So it's a hollow plastic tube. The paper ones are actually hard to cut. Squeak. Oh yeah, paper towel test. I forgot about that. I've wasted so many paper towels doing that. We're on the last two paper towels of the roll. Do I pronounce that as Bhagwan? How's it going? I was too tired to even try last time. Okay, that's better. It's a lot more flat than it was. I'll explain why I'm cutting it in half here in a second. I'm just letting the blade pull it through. It's being a pain. So when you guys watch Neves do this shit, you'll notice, I'm not trying to come up with an excuse, but I want to tell you guys about this. You'll notice when he does it, he's holding the paper towel off of it with the other side still connected to the roll. So he gets a little bit of tension on it when he does his little wavy bullshit. Because I rip it off before, I don't have that. But I can imitate that little bit of tension. No pushing. I'm just letting the weight of this thing pull it through. It is a heavier knife at 5 ounces. I think it's a little more than 5 ounces. I don't remember. I never weighed it, to be honest. Yeah, I got monetized a couple days ago. So, good for me. Knives by model, Sabenza 31. Yeah, thank you. Sabenza 31 in Singo. We're going for the large. There we go. 4.7 ounces. So it's just under 5 ounces. It's a heavy knife. I need about $25,000. $20,000 to put a well, you could have told me that. Yeah, I think this thing like 3 ounces or something. No, not for the LS swap. 20,000 of that would pay for having a set of 100 knives made by Millet Knives. And then the other 5,000 could be put into tools to do reblades. KO was for knockoff. The original plan for this channel was not how it ended up being. The original plan was to show you guys fake versions of real knives, and then I got a little bit more ethical, figured out that that's not the one or the way that I want to play things, and companies would not appreciate that. Not that I care what the companies think, but it was an ethical dilemma that I had for a bit. And then the thought was comparing fake versions of real knives to their real counterparts. And to do that, I would need to have both a real one and a fake one. And the fake ones are like reasonably priced, but one of the fake ones that I have is a Benchmade 945 gold class. And I'm not going to tell you how much I paid for it. I'm not going to tell you guys where I got it, but the real version of it is $700. And I couldn't swing that. So, I decided I'm going to do things the right way. I'm going to try and come up with my own designs for companies and stuff. And the name changed from knockoff to KO when I had a conversation with Lefty on live, and he called me out saying that nobody's going to want to buy knives from somebody when the channel name is knockoff knives. Sure, but it was an ethical dilemma I had for a bit, decided to go the way that I went, and here we are. It's been fun though. I think I changed the channel name about a year in. I had 400 or 500 subscribers at the time. And I kept the old profile picture. KO stands for knockoff. It will always stand for knockoff. Some people have interpreted it as King of Knives, and I'm fine with that. But as keeping my roots, it will always be knockoff for me. It's how the channel started. No, that makes sense. Why would I want to forget where I started, No, rebranding wasn't a bad thing, but I will always remember where this channel began. And whatever you guys see it as is up to you. But I will always remember it as knockoff. The downside is I can't change my Reddit profile to say KO. So my Reddit profile is knockoff knives, and I can't get rid of it either because they won't let you delete an account. Or at least, oh, maybe they will. I've seen plenty of deleted accounts. But then can I restart with a new account on the same email? Knock it off knives. Well, I realized a little bit ago, if you look up KO Knives on YouTube, I'm the first thing that pops up other than an ad. I try to remember people. You guys got to keep in mind, I talk to hundreds of people all the time. It is hard to remember. And I don't remember shit in general. I forgot to eat breakfast yesterday. Sure, I'm not saying that buying a clone is a bad thing. Okay? I would like to clarify, though, that if you have the means to buy the real thing, go for the real thing. It will always be better fit and finish. Not always. It will most of the time be better fit and finish. I kind of figured that was Indian, but I wasn't 100% sure. Like this. This is better fit and finish than this fake Nkosi by far. And I'm not going to tell you guys that I didn't buy this. I did buy this. I didn't expect to buy this as soon as I did. I wanted something to fidget with. And this is my something to fidget with. It's heavier. It doesn't have a hollow grind, so it cuts like shit. And it's on bearings. And the bearings just feel wrong when it's supposed to be washers. Yeah, if you can afford to buy the real thing, buy the real thing. It will be better. Heat treats better. Steel is better. I had this XRF tested. It says S35VN. It is actually not even steel. There's no carbon. It is literally just iron with some chromium so that it's a little more stainless. There's no carbon in this steel at all. Interestingly enough, it's actually heat treated decently. So it took a decent edge, but it's not going to hold an edge at all. There's no carbides in it. Oh, people think I sound depressed too. I just have an extremely monotonous voice. It kind of depends. I don't go for looks. Okay, so the knives that I buy, well, that's not true. This was for looks. I bought this because it was purple and titanium. But yes, I have a monotone voice. I don't sound very interested most of the time. It's kind of just the way that I am. Yes, I bought this because of color. And because it was supposed to be a replacement for my buddy's Koenig Arius that I'm trying to get rid of. They do exist, and I'm not going to tell you any companies that make them because, again, it's unethical to me. You can look around and find them, though. I'm not going to tell you where to buy them or anything like that. You guys need to see this thing in person. It is such a beautiful color outside in the sun. It is a light purple with deep blue reflections from the sky. It is gorgeous. I don't think that that's the OEM's fault sometimes. I'd say most of the time. It's the fact that the clones have they're copying the OEM's way of doing things. I didn't know that Buck made stuff in S30V for $100. I know they do stuff in MagnaCut for like 200, which isn't terrible. Squeak. Yeah, $200 for MagnaCut isn't that bad. Some of them are getting damn close. The Buck 110 is the grandpa knife. Everybody's grandpa has one. If your grandpa doesn't have a Buck 110, is he really a grandpa? I think it's a mixture of quality as well as where they're made. These clones you're seeing are made in other countries where, like, the heat treat might be great, okay? But this is made in Idaho, about 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes from where I live. And I can support that. You're talking about a Schrade LB7, by the way. But the ones made in China, their wages are lower. They don't have the safety laws that we have here in America. You know, there's a lot of shit that goes into how things are priced. A lot of the stuff in China, whether people like to admit it or not, is slave labor. Probably. The Henry Bear Paw. I agree with that. But then there's the other question. How much would you pay for a phone that isn't made with slave labor? Look at the phones that we have now. Like, let's say the Samsung flagship that's probably around 2000 at the highest end version of it. Okay? Made in either China or Taiwan. Imagine if that was made in the US. Triple the price. Easy. Okay? That's a $6,000 phone. Who's going to drop $6,000 on a flagship phone made in the US? Then there's the other thing. All the individual parts made on the inside, they're also made with slave labor. Now you're going to up the price even more to make it so that shit isn't either. By the time everything's all said and done, you're going to end up with a phone that's like 10 grand, and nobody's going to drop 10 grand on a smartphone. No average person's going to drop that much on a smartphone. We'll put it that way. Okay, maybe I was wrong with Samsung. Let's go with the obvious one, Apple. To build an Apple phone, guesstimate, rough guess, okay? 150 to build it. For their top tier shit. Even less now that they use aluminum. That shit's stupid. Oh my god, I can't believe they came out with that. Yeah, I didn't know about that. It's unfortunate. It's the world we live in. How much are you willing to pay? How much are you willing to lose? Right? For things that aren't made with slave labor. Obviously, I'm willing to drop almost 600 bucks. That much was obvious. I can see both sides of it, and it sucks. Unfortunately, seeing both sides of issues nowadays isn't as common as it used to be. So instead of putting yourself into a position where you can understand where somebody that disagrees with you is coming from, you attack their character instead, and that's no way to compose yourself. There's a clear answer to the problem. It's just too expensive for companies to think that it's a good idea. Like, I think the only reason that Taiwan's still a country and hasn't been invaded is because they provide most of the computer chip stuff. Sure, but in business, morals don't usually matter. It's unfortunate. I don't know what that means, Alex, but it's hard to prove your point to people that don't want to understand your point. A Kershaw heist. Glad you like it. I haven't seen one of those things in a while. I don't think I've ever seen one in person. Yeah, I don't understand where that came from. It's such a violent way of talking to people. No, I understand. My phone's dying as we talk. It always does nowadays. I need a new charger. Exactly, and it's a disgusting way of doing things. I'd rather argue about what you're trying to disagree with than argue about you as a person. Unless the argument was about you as a person, which that's a little different, but I'm not going to sit there and say things like that. I wouldn't mind having a Bel Air. A Keyshaw. You know what's interesting about the Kershaw knives that have American flags on them? Like with the American flag designs on the scales? They're some of the few knives that have American flag designs that are actually made in the US. And as much as you may dislike that, it is true. Like the Kershaw Leak with the American flag uh, livery on it, made in the US. Apparently, they make these with the American flag on them too, but I didn't know that. It's also not inexpensive. Yep. I wouldn't mind having an American flag Sabenza. Exactly. Usually, knives with an American flag on them are made in China, which blows my mind. Might need to get my hands on one of those. You need to custom order it though. It's not an option from factory. Yeah, but we don't like talking about Benchmade. I make fun of them instead. Yeah, we're talking about. So sure, these have. Give me a sec. This one says USA. This is one of their older models. Let me find a new one. Yeah. Bam. American flag means it's made in the US. But there's also the American flag livery, which is what we were just talking about. Give me just a second, I'll look it up. Yeah. Buck is now made in up in northern Idaho, about 300 miles from where I live. So this is the one that we're talking about. Where it has an American flag livery on it, and it's actually made in the US. Squeak. That's fun. That wasn't a fart. That's the chair I'm sitting in. Oregon's coming around. No, this one was made in Idaho. This one was made in China, but this one was made in Idaho. Glock just got super lame. I can't believe that they're discontinuing almost everything. Yeah, tell me about it. Where I live, everything used to be dirt and farmland. Who said I apologized? It's a squeaky chair. It is Glock's fault. They buckled under pressure. That's their fault. The aftermath sucks, but they're probably going to die. You know, they're going to lose a large part of their fan base. Go study. Let me just stop talking until you leave. It's not Glock's fault that people are dumb. And it's not the company's fault. It isn't. It's the people buying their shit. Yeah, exactly. It's the people's fault that they're doing stupid shit. And what do you think they do? Buy new guns to do illegal shit with? Fuck no. They buy used shit from other people. And then they do illegal shit with it. That's unfortunate. I'm watching a lot of shit going downhill. Yeah, exactly. When these people are buying the things that make their Glocks automatic, they are doing something illegal when they don't go for a tax stamp. But when they do this to their Glocks, they're not going through the legal routes, and chances are they're not buying new guns to do it. No, it's not people don't understand that. People get it. Or a lot of people get it. It's just not the manufacturer's fault. All right, we'll see you later, Alex. You have a good one. It's the same thing as making drugs illegal. Like, cool, they're illegal now, but the people that were buying them, no, that's not the right way of putting it. It's like making murder illegal. The people who are murdering people are going to continue to murder people anyway, even though it's illegal. Yeah, doing a murder is illegal, by the way. Well, I don't know anything about that level on up. And I doubt YouTube wants me talking about that. So I will continue staying very neutral on that conversation. Exactly. If somebody, on the off chance, let's say, if somebody got hurt with this knife, let's say that I sold you a knife, right? I sharpened the shit out of that thing. It is the sharpest knife in the house. Okay? You get cut with it. After I tell you, it is likely the sharpest knife in your house. Is it my fault that you got cut doing something that you probably shouldn't have been doing? Or is it your fault for doing something that you probably shouldn't have been doing? If you put yourself in a situation that got you cut, you made a mistake, right? So, okay, now we're getting somewhere. If I sell you a knife that I sharpened and it's sharp as shit, and I tell you that it's sharp as shit and it's like the sharpest knife in your house, okay, and then you get cut doing something that you shouldn't have been doing, is it the manufacturer's fault that you bought a knife that they made and then got cut with it? Okay, so if we can all agree on that, then I want to push one more thing. If it's not my fault and it's not the company's fault, right? You have to do two things to make a firearm work. One, you need to buy the firearm. Two, you need to buy ammunition to make the firearm work. Okay? There are two parties involved, other than you, the third person. So there's three parties involved in this. You made the decision to buy two separate objects from probably two separate companies. And if you got hurt or if you hurt somebody else, why would it be those two companies' faults for you being the way that you are? I know we all get what I'm already saying, but it doesn't make any sense to me that you can blame a company for not saying you, but you being indecent. Yeah, it's blame shifting legally. That's another thing. I think that every person that's involved in making laws should have to do an IQ test first. They need to at least have an IQ of 100. The bare minimum. I don't care what degrees you have, I don't care about any of that shit. The bare minimum is that you can pass an IQ test with a 100 as a score. I think the last time I got an IQ test done in grade school was like 116. The bare minimum should be 100. Many people would be gone. You don't need to have a license to own a gun here. That's dumb. That is very dumb. And that will prevent companies from selling in your country. Cool. Have them monitored and done in person. I don't care. If you're not at least as smart as the, what was it? Half the population, or no, person is supposed to be a 100. If you're not at least a 100, you shouldn't be making laws for people. That is a terrible idea, Stan. As far as I'm concerned, and as far as I remember, 100 is supposed to be the average IQ. Yeah, I've got a knife design that I would like to come out with. It's going to be expensive though. Okay, so if 100 is average, God, do you really have to pop in and then be a dick every time? No. LM90. Every time that he pops in here, he pops in with something mean. Like, you can't have a basic amount of respect for anybody else in here. Again, as I've said before, you guys can pick on me. I'm the one putting myself out there on the internet to be judged by everybody. Don't pick on other people in chat. No, I haven't been to India. I haven't been off of the North American continent. Squeak. No, you're fine. I don't have a reason to go to India. I just don't. Shake the whole house when it fell over. Oh, what were we talking about? Oh, my knife design. What did he share a link to when I fell asleep? Oh, yeah. So there is the current knife design that I'm working on. It's got a 3.5-inch blade. I'm maximizing the amount of space that I can take up in the handle. It is large. Um, pen and paper or a computer. I mean, kind of both. And here's what it looks like when it's closed. All the hardware is T8. What do you mean for lefties? I don't have... What? It's got thumb studs on both sides if that's helpful, but... But yeah, all the hardware is T8. So, because I hate T6s. At the moment, the design is a liner lock. If I went with a frame lock... No, I just don't have a pocket clip put on there yet. Designing a pocket clip's a pain in the ass. Palmer, what's up? A frame lock has to be done right. That's my problem, is most people or most companies kind of suck at it. And the way that you do it right, minor detail. If you look at this, the lock bar is flush with the scales. Okay. And on this one, when it's closed, you can see like your finger can get stuck right there. And on this one, okay, but when you have it partially opened, now you can't. That is a very tiny thing. Yeah, sure, but I don't want to design a pocket clip. Takes too long. It's stupid. Just use a pocket clip that already exists. I also already figured out how much deep carry pocket clips cost to make. Holy fuck, they're expensive. It is $8 each in steel, not even titanium. It is somewhat. I was thinking a wire clip, yeah. I might go with something else, I don't know. It is actually right about this size. Just with a thicker, or not thicker blade, but a taller blade. Anyway, I wasn't looking at a Pyrotech when designing this. And actually, this design started off looking like... If you'll give me a sec, I'll find another picture. I designed that knife originally on July 1st, if I'm not mistaken. The handle was mildly meant to resemble the Sebenza because I do like how comfortable this line is right here. Got a little bit of a curve to it, and I like that. But this is what it looked like originally when I first came out with that design. And on this one, The design on this one was meant to be resembled by the Junkyard Dog 2, with a little bit of a curve right here for this area of the palm right down here to fit nicer. Or no, the front one was for the thumb, the back one was for this. Okay, you have a good one. We will see you later. Yep, you have a good one. And then there was an extra screw in there, and I don't know, it just looked too chunky. And with this design, it was a 3-inch blade. And the new design, it is just under 3.5. With the same handle, by the way. To have that shit made in the US. God damn, dude. No respect for anybody. Go sit in timeout. Go sit in the corner and think about what you said. Oh, he's been put in timeout. He'll be back in 300 seconds. Unless he decides to leave. Aiden said the blade looked like a reverse Norseman. And I could see that. Kinda. But I didn't want to copy the Sebenza because that's not what I'm going for. I had the design back before I ever held a Sebenza. It just changed a little bit now that I know what I like a little bit more. Yeah, it was a sheep's foot. You mean a harpoon? Like a little bit of a curve up? Anyway, this design has something I've never seen in a knife, but I'm not going to talk about it until hopefully it's made. I don't know how long that's going to take though. Should be a fun time. Yeah, it's not a strong harpoon. And I'm going to be honest, I more did it so that it didn't. There was something that looked dumb about it when it was just a full flat all the way across the top. It didn't look right. Something was off, but I couldn't tell what it was. And it was made to mimic the section right here on the handle. I have one Kaiser. I have a Kaiser original in rich light. But yeah, this whole thing's designed. Kaiser's fine. They make decent stuff. The whole thing is designed for this end to be round. So when you're shoving it in your pocket, it moves everything else out of the way. Which sounds dumb, but it works so well. Like when you have a bunch of keys, it moves itself into its own spot. Who makes these Strix originally? Well, I was gonna get an original too. But I decided against it. I've never heard of them. Squeak, squeak. Well, that's fucking stupid. Where are they made? Give me just a sec. I want to check something. Okay, so you're telling me, right? This knife right here. Oh, I'm trying so hard to be nice about this. They announced this, okay? Just hear me out before you say anything. They announced this. This is on pre-order right now for $390 in S90V and titanium. And the clone of this version came out before the real one. Tell me how that shit makes sense. I already know which one you guys are talking about. Okay. Because I've seen it all over Reddit. It looks good, but How did they pull that off? Oh, that makes more sense. That's bad business practice. And you wonder why I don't want my shit made in China. Nope. It's not the country's fault. It's bad business practice. That's what the problem is. Well, that was a weird sound. That's sad. Again, not going to tell you guys where to buy those, but I was kind of tempted. to buy one of the clones. I've heard that the dude's heat treats kind of suck though, so, and he doesn't take criticism well. A clone was made of this. This is on pre-order. We'll start with that. It's coming soon. It's on pre-order. And a fake version of it came out before the real one did. Squeak. That's so dumb. Sure, but I don't want to work with somebody who sucks at taking criticism. Yeah, on all accounts I've heard he's a turd. Is that who makes the Tenacious? Interesting. But yeah, I'd rather not work with somebody if they can't take criticism. That's how you get shit made better. How much cheaper is what? Squeak, 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 squeak. Not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you where to buy them either. Sure, but I'd rather have my shit made here in America. No, you can talk about it all you want. I won't. You guys can say just about whatever you want in chat. As long as you're being nice about it. I'm just going to tell you guys that I won't tell you where to buy them, and I won't tell you how much they cost. All I know is shipping takes forever. The first clone I ordered took 2 months to show up. That was a couple years ago. Squeak. Squeak. No, I get it. I don't want my design. I don't want any chance of my design being stolen. Because they have all the technical specs to make it. Yeah, and it's going to be expensive. That's how shit is sometimes. It depends on what one you get. A lot of the clones suck. Like they're nothing like the original. We'll compare. I don't have a an Nkosi to compare this to, but this thing, the blade isn't a hollow grind, so the blade's heavy, really heavy. It's on bearings, so it just doesn't feel right. And it's missing a whole lot of other shit that I won't talk about to help them. But it just, when you compare it to the real thing and knowing that this isn't even steel, I'm not impressed. This is all I have to go off of when it comes to modern clones, though. So, yeah. Here in the coming months, I might be making reblades for, damn, that sure is weird. It's not good. Yep, pretty much. It's a fidget toy. That's about it. There is a clone I'm looking at that I want to compare to another knife that I already have. I'm not going to tell you guys about how I feel about that clone, but I've heard that the quality is pretty fucking good. Another clone, technically, that I have experience with is this blade. The jimping on this thing's garbage. This one I can tell you how much I paid for, though, because technically it's a Reblade, and it's not a clone. On eBay, it was $40. And the hole for the pivot didn't fit. It was too small. So I had to sand that out until it fit. It was 0.0007 inches too large, or too small. Yeah, too small. It's in VG10. This whole build with the factory scales cost me as much as a used one. Go buy a used one instead. It's better. I wonder how much money I made today in ads. Just ads. Let's find out. No shit. Damn, that's awesome. $1.82. I think this one was from the donation that I got, though. I lost a subscriber from that? Damn. Oh well. I mean, I forced it to fit the original. This one fits just fine after some work. Awesome. Shit, at this rate, I'll be making the big bucks, guys. $1 a day. It'll take me almost 4 months for me to get my first check, but that's better than nothing, which I've been getting forever. Hell yeah. That shit's just hilarious to me. Aiden, thank you for the $5 again. Well, this one, I forced it by taking some sandpaper to it. That was about it. Yeah, shit. 2.5 million years? Fuck yeah. That'll be awesome. Exponential growth, though. Yeah. I think you mean chicken nugget money. Fuck, I can't even afford chicken nuggets with that money. Oh, all in good fun. I didn't do this to make money. Yeah, single French fry money. The big bucks right there. So, Aiden, I think I've come up with a plan for doing a Spyderco hull on Reblades without getting sued by Spyderco. You're gonna like this. Have you ever looked at a Koenig Arius in person? Anyway. I'll explain it here in a sec. Spyderco's whole thing is the fact that it's a circular hull. So to not get sued, you can't use the circular hole. Well, the Arius pivot looks like this with a flat line right there. Cold steel's been going down for years. No, so this hole, if you're gonna do your own custom shit, it can't be a circle. So I'm gonna make the circle look like this instead. So basically, when you stick your finger in there to do the flick, I can just put a line right there of material that won't be used. What that will also do, not that you're ever going to use a blade for that long, is you get a little bit more use out of the blade. Just a little bit. So yeah, just make it look like that. It shouldn't get in the way of anything else. It just makes it so that it is now legal. Yeah, but I don't want the oval thing. I don't like that. I like that. Just different. No, Spyderco owns the copyright to the blade hole. It's not circles, but yeah, it's kind of circles. Kind of. But if I do it like that, it shouldn't interrupt any of the action. Oh, I'm too tired to. Also, jokes don't come across in chat very well. Not surprised. Squeaky. Squeak. That makes sense. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. When you're a douchebag, you can do a lot of things. Not very often I play with OTFs. They tend to suck. Well, this one really sucks. But I made a video on it a while back. The company sent it to me for review, and I was hoping it was going to be decent, and the heat treat was dog shit, so I just didn't say anything overly mean about it. I'm going to sharpen it anyway, but like, it's my fault for not going with the right blade shape. Dagger grinds suck at everything except for stabbing. Gary Oldman. Who's Gary Oldman? You found a random old man at a gas station? You don't just take those. No, I figured as much. I just think it's funnier to say old man. Because that's how it's spelled. Yep. I'm probably going to end the stream here pretty soon anyway. Once I sharpen this thing. And get it acceptably sharp, because holy shit, this back edge was dull. You have a good one. We'll see you later. All right, we'll see you later, Warsmith. You have a good one. Yeah, I don't have almost any OTFs. This is my only OTF. And it's a piece of shit. Wow, I fucked up that grind. I think I'm just gonna be done now. Nice. I've got an Adonis. Right up there. Somebody's making payments on it. I have a mini Adonis. With a polished edge. I have another mini Adonis. I do hate Benchmade. That doesn't mean they don't make a good knife. I will never buy one for new price. We'll put it that way. The only one of theirs, there's a couple of them, but the only one I can think of at the moment that's I don't have anything from ProTech, nope. The only one that I think is even remotely decently priced is the Reptilian. Just keep your fingers out of the way. Yeah, all my fingers are out of the way. buy a bigger knife. Keep your fingers out of the way. Squeak. Squeak. Sure, your fingers should be out of the way anyway, but my middle finger's about this long. Also broken at the end. It's about an inch shorter than the Sebenza when it's closed. So however long that is. Yeah, I literally just showed one. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah. From Spyderco. Never heard of Spyderco. Yes, this is the sheep's foot. Anyway, no, you can't get sued by Spyderco. I've never heard of Spyderco. My favorite blade shape is the sheep's foot. It is very loud. It's because of the scales. If you swap scales on it, then it won't be as loud. Yeah, no, this thing's louder than the OTF on the table. Why would I want to come near you? Do you have something of mine? That's fun. That sucks. Damascus Karambit, no idea. I don't deal in Karambits in general. Sure, but S30V is fine. Yeah, you're telling me. I'm tired. Wonder if they make aluminum pocket clips. Maybe I'll get an aluminum pocket clip for my Spyderco. And look at that, you still didn't even do your studying for your exam, did you? Wish I could help you with that one, dude. Oh, you're headed out too? Okay. We will see you later. You have a good one, Chris. You too, Tattered Hope. Oh. I can't tell who's leaving, so. Because obviously I haven't read chat. Oh, yeah, and I'm assuming Tattered Hope wasn't leaving either. You can tell I'm tired. Dang, I was hoping that Metin Boss made aluminum pocket clips for these things. That would have been sick. It is 3:54 a.m. Ooh, backspacers. anything that I want. Oh, are you in one of those states that doesn't do the whatever it's called, daylight savings time? I don't know. It is whenever it is. That's all I know. Yep, soon enough I'll be waking up at 11 a.m. instead of noon. You should try and take a nap before that happens. Okay then. I can't help with that one either. Think here pretty soon we're going to end the stream. It's been a pretty decent stream overall. No complaints. We try and have a good time here. Oh yeah, I'll be going for probably another 11 minutes, and then I'll go ahead and end it there, and then try and go directly to bed. I took a nap just before the stream, so I'm doing fine. As fine can be. Just looking at Met and Boss stuff on their website. Wondering how they can charge $25 for a piece of stainless that's this big. Just that hole. That's what I was thinking. 30 minutes is typically enough. I think mine was like 20, but I don't remember. we got big money in here. Able to afford the chiropractor. Mr. Big Bucks. Finding somebody that much taller than me is pretty rare. I see. It's painful. I've never heard those claims. Yeah, exactly. Yes, we can tell. That much is very, very obvious. How much is a set of aluminum scales for my Benchmade 550? I don't know. I like watching people being dumb on Instagram. It's a good time. Shit, they don't even make aluminum scales for this thing. That sucks. Someone want to explain to me why copper scales are more expensive than titanium? Yep. You have a good one too. Level on up. We'll see you later. They don't make aluminum scales for this. No, but titanium's expensive because it's not fun to work with. Anyway, we got about 3 minutes until I end the stream, so woohoo, I guess. I have no clue, but I would doubt it. Just out of curiosity. Audience. Uh, 65% of the people that watch me aren't subscribed. Other than the price and how cheap the scales feel, no. You can get aftermarket scales for it though. It's probably the only one that I would actually buy at full price, but you don't have to. God, you put the $200 thing there, and I was like, it's not $200. Don't buy it for $200. Yes, talking knives, but we're about to end the stream, like less than a minute, so appreciate that, Chris. Will do. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for tonight. Stan, Chris, Crisp, Danjo, hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one.